Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh my goodness, there's already so many of you here, likely because you came over from Vanessa's village. I saw that Vanessa's already in the comments, and it is so sweet of you to be here after having your own morning. This is who I'm talking about right here. I hope you all arrived safely on the teleportation train. Yes, welcome to your second stop. Your first stop was Vanessa's village. And if you have no idea what we're talking about, well, what do we have in store for you? Well, we've got Vanessa from Read with Dr. B, myself, what is it? Brittany Loves Reading. Oh my gosh, I started to panic for a second. And then we have Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffer. The four of us have kind of been talking about this for a while. Vanessa joined us. And now, at least periodically on Tuesdays, you'll have 4 stops on the teleportation train. And then you'll have 3 stops on Thursday for teleportation from Vanessa to Brittany to Nicole. So it's going to be great. Yeah, this is really fun. And I hope you're all loving it as much as I already am. So that's really great. Let's see here. Let me tell you all what I'm doing. I'm really scattered today. I don't know what's going on, but as you can see, I'm reading 2 books at the moment. The plan is to start The City of Brass today. I have the physical book. I also have the audio as well. So if anyone who's listened to an audio can give me an inkling, is the audiobook good? Is it worth it to listen? Or should I just kind of enjoy it as a physical read? I will say, the rumors are true. This is the floppiest, most lovely book that ever did exist. Look at that. Oh, it is honestly amazing. So I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to speak too much on my thoughts about this book because I'm doing it for Meet the Booktuber, a vlog that is all highlighting XO Joe. So really, it's mainly so that you can all get excited, watch it, support Joe and her recommendations, and then go check her out. I mean, you can go check her out now anyway. But anywho, it's really great to see you all here on Tuesday. Let's get to the comments. I see that Nikki was here very early. Good morning. I loved Amina Al-Sarafi and can't wait to start the series. So The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi is also by this author, S.A. Chakraborty. And I'm really surprised that this is going to be my first experience with her. I know this is her debut novel, but I had only heard of Chakraborty through The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi. I've been meaning to read that book anyway. And so it's always funny when you're like, oh, I'm actually going to be reading a different book by this author than I intended. I also forgot to mention, I'm also reading Green Fuse Burning. This is an eco-horror novella, and I only have about 45 minutes according to the ebook. So I'm probably going to try and finish that at some point, either in the first sprint or some other time today, because I'm really enjoying it. It's really interesting. It's by a queer Indigenous author, and I'm finding her perspective on the roots, the culture, and how, I don't know, it's just in the environment, and as well as creating art in this cabin because she has this grant. I'm talking about it in a very weird way, but I'm really liking it. And so I can tell you guys what I think at the end of that book. Good morning, Elena. How are you? We also have Kay. Good afternoon. Yet again, I see Vanessa. And then we also have Madeline. Hello. How are you? How have you been? Hello, friends. Hello, Steph. Reading Ruthless Vows this afternoon before work. Oh, before work. Nice. It's always nice when you get to have a quiet morning before you have to go do your job. Hello, Bree. How are you? Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see you. I feel like we don't cross paths too often, but thanks for joining. Also, Claire's here. Hello, Claire. If anyone's interested, Claire has scheduled sprints in honor of the Chestnut Springs along for the first book, Flawless, this Sunday. It's going to be 10 a.m. or maybe 12 p.m. I saw some discussion by Claire that she might move it 2 hours. BST time. Is that what that is? I think I've got the time zone right. But I'm really excited because I think that's the day on Sunday I'm officially going to start Flawless. So you all can stay tuned for that. Also, yes, excited to spend some time in Leandra land. I love how we each have our own little names for our locations. It's really adorable. Reading Powerless came here from Vanessa's friends. Oh, awesome! Yay! And Powerless, is that the second book in the Chestnut Springs series? I can't remember. Hello, Beatrice. I am so happy to be here. I'm editing at the moment, but I hope I will be able to finish the video soon and then read. My goal is to finish a book today. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. See, I am currently reading a million books, as you may know. And so yesterday I was telling Danny, because we were talking about our buddy read, and I was like, I've already finished 2 books today. And she's like, oh my gosh. I'm like, well, they've been like those books you slowly chip away, and then you just start finishing a bunch of books. You're like, look at me, I'm reading so fast. And actually it's been a few weeks since you finished a book and you're just chipping away at things. Hello, Paperback Bunny. How are you? I'm excited for sprints. I'm reading Hidden Pictures by Jason Rakulik. I know exactly what that cover is, and that has been intriguing me because I have seen a few people say that it's a really good book. So I hope you're enjoying it. Let me know. Where are you at? Are you liking it, or is it early days? Hello, Christina. We made it from Vanessa's. Yes. Oh my gosh, it's always nerve-wracking. I feel like I'm a bit more nervous when I'm sending someone elsewhere. So you all will be redirected in 6 hours to Brittany's channel. And it's actually, my nerves are not as much as they were the first time I did it, because now I can trust the technology. But I'm sure Vanessa was like, is it going to work? Is everything okay? And apparently it worked. So that's great. Hello, friends. Hello, Sadia. How are you? What are you up to today? I need to catch up with the housemaid for Brittany Sprints. Yeah, so if people are wondering, Brittany, who I've already mentioned, Brittany Loves Reading, and Bree from Four Paws in a Book are doing kind of like their own little book club every month. And they were on Bree's channel yesterday. Now they're on Brittany's. And basically they're finishing the book within 2 sprint sessions. So that's pretty cool. Is it by Frida McFadden? I've been meaning to try that author. The director at the library where I work, she's been devouring all of Frida McFadden's work. Like, I think she's read 4 or 5 books in a row, and now she's kind of burnt out. She's one of those people who just like read dumps an entire author, all of their canon, and then she's like, okay, I'm satisfied. I don't do that, but it seems as though she's a bingeable author for sure. Oh yes, okay. I already clicked on that comment earlier to highlight Vanessa and how amazing she is. Good morning. How are you, Jamie? We also have Donna here. Yeah, things are going well. I think the reason why I'm scattered is because I usually, before Tuesday sprints, I'm just relaxing. It's my day off, so I'm not really going anywhere before these sprints start. But today I had some errands to run, so like I left the house, I was going all about town, dropping things off, scheduling to pick them up later, and then I had to come back, and I had about an hour before sprints are starting, and now they've started. And so now I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, we can finally relax for another 6 hours. Hello, Yelena, how are you? Popping in to say hi. I'm going to take a break from reading to watch a bit of volleyball, but I'll join you after to read. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to lie. So volleyball is such a fun sport to watch. There are very few sports that I enjoy watching, like especially on television versus watching them live. I think volleyball is just such a high energy sport. I really like that. So that sounds awesome. You enjoy. It's been a lovely train ride today. Yes, clear skies. Apparently Leandra Land is in the forest today. It's in honor of green fuse burning, because the main character, yeah, she gets this grant to go paint at this kind of abandoned cabin by this pond. And so she's just surrounded by nature and she's very isolated. So I'm like, we're going to hang out in the woods today in Leandra Land. Yeah, I'm doing really well, Lena. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you've been productive, or not productive if you don't want to be. Hello, Tanil. How are you? I'm on my lunch break. I always get you on your lunch break, which is really lovely. Thanks for, taking your lunch break, a precious time to hang out with us. Hoping to do my Duolingo for the day and maybe listen to a bit of the climate book. Ooh, I'm a sucker for anything in regards to like climate fiction, nature. So I'm into it. Brittany, hello. How are you? This is the lovely lady who will be your train master, I suppose we'll call it, in the next switchover. She will be stop 3 today. And we just added Coda's Kingdom. Stop! I'm so excited. That is amazing. So we'll be sprinting from 100% easily over 24 hours at this point. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? It's so crazy. I love it. Arrived safely. Good, Dee. I'm so glad that you made it. I don't think we got any injuries this time around. That's good. Choo choo. Hello to you too, Bethany. Yeah, this is great. I love this theme. I am finishing up Gone with the Wind this morning. Jamie, oh my gosh, you and your classics, I swear. you're making me want to get better about reading classics because you're always reading one on the go. And yes, we've got The Train, Vanessa's Village, Leandra Land, Brittanyburg. Yes, oh, I love that. I love the alliteration, by the way. Nicole's Neighbourhood, and then Coda's Kingdom. Look at us. We're like blending like realms as well. We've got a kingdom and a land, but also a village and a neighborhood and a burg. It's just, I love how we're just like, yeah, as long as it's, alliterating, we're fine. I am going to pick up and start The Shadow Rising, Wheel of Time book 4 on my lunch today. Very nice. I hope you're like enjoying your experience of rereading, Bethany. I'm sure you are, because you wouldn't choose to reread if you weren't going to have fun with it. That book looks beautiful and floppy. It is, I'm telling you. Like, oh my gosh, I'm obsessed with it just because of that. There was a video that I was watching where someone explained that it's like the grain of the paper and how like the grain of the wood that causes whether it's floppy or not. And that's why when you're looking at some books that don't flop in the same way, it's because of the grain when they were cutting it, or when they cut the tree and like we're making it, I don't know. I might have to look for it because it was a really like thoughtful video. And I'm like, that's why books are floppy and some books aren't. Yes, the audiobook is great for City of Brass. Okay, thank goodness. Thank you, Nikki. I'm actually really excited about it. Hello, how are you, Savin? Tuesdays and Thursdays is becoming my favorite days of the week. Yes, honestly, me too. I love it because it breaks up the week really nice, and then we have the weekend. So really, we just have to survive Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then we're good. Later, my goal is to finish Deja Dead. Ooh, that's the Bones. It's by Kathy Reich, right? Is that the first book? I think that's the first book in the series that inspired the Bones TV show. Hello, Brecht. How are you? I will be listening to Akatar and reading Wink Poppy. Ooh, and Midnight. I've never heard of that. And reading A Court That Bleeds Gold. Okay, so Brecht is juggling multiple reads. I love it. And there's a couple that I haven't heard of, but Akatar, that's one of the ones that I'm sure eventually I will have to try. And there are things in the works, by the way, with someone who's in the comments, Claire, but we won't get that far into discussing it because it is far in the future. But just so people know that I may be trying Sarah J. Maas in the future. Just had horrendous day at the hospital. Oh my gosh, Kay, I'm so sorry to hear that. Seeing the neurologist, when it's just a lot of hanging around, but home getting my toes warm and the book is ready. Okay, that's good. I'm glad that you'll be able to relax. But I swear, whenever you have appointments, especially of the medical variety, the more time, like it's almost like you're spending more time waiting than you actually are with the appointment finally starts. It doesn't take any time at all. It's honestly the most absurd thing. So I'm so sorry that that's how you started your day, but I hope that you end your day trying to stay calm and trying to relax. Although honestly, if you want to vent and you want to like lean into that horrendous day, like honestly, do it. Do what you need to do. I really enjoyed City of Brass, but I didn't use the audio. Okay, so and I have the audio for another 12 days. That's the other thing is like, I mean, I need to finish the book before then anyway, but I'm like, okay, it's not like the audio will disappear, but if it does, that's okay. Hello, Renee, saying hi, a bit busy, so won't be here for the beginning. That's okay. And also, Renee, I wanted to let you know if you're still here, I ended up borrowing Skullduggery Pheasant, I think it's called. I have it on my phone, so that will definitely be in the works to read. It obviously didn't end up being my 50th book because I did like an entire like first part vlog where I had 3 titles, but I want to let you know I am reading it, or at least I'm going to start it soon. Anyways, back to Claire's comment that I already highlighted. In the middle of 2 books, Done and Dusted and Assistant to the Villain. Oh my gosh, I know of both of these books. I love it when I've actually heard of books that people are reading. Assistant to the Villain, I have to read that for a certain project in the next month or so. So very interesting. I'm very excited about that. And Done and Dusted, that does look really fun. I've seen a few people talk about it, and it's in our cowboy romance era, I'm pretty sure, if that's the book I'm thinking of. A Court That Bleeds Gold is from Neck Alley. Ooh, so it's a book that's going to be coming out soon. So Brex, you're going to have to let us know. Let us know if we should be anticipating that release because, I mean, the title sounds really interesting. We'll be here in a few hours. No worries, Renee. We'll be seeing you when you get back. I need to start that too, Bethany. The library is going to start getting antsy with me. Oh my gosh, seriously, like the library, they're so nice and chill, but you're just like, I need to actually abide by, the rules that they give us. I will be having lunch with my husband, edit a vlog, and should read today's chapters of One Dark Window. Ooh, that's another book that's been on my radar ever since Katie ended up putting it as one of her co-host favorites for Battle of the Girl Bands. It looks really interesting. Not sure which book to pick up at the moment. Probably will read a page in a few books. See what, oh yes, do a bit of a mood reading taste test. See what tickles your fancy and then just dive in. Amina El-Sarafi is a fantastic book if you love pirate stories. I for so many months, I've been in the mood for pirate books and haven't actually given in to that need. And I still have a huge long list from Katie, who I just mentioned. She sent me all of these recommendations because I was like, I want a pirate story. And then I haven't given into it yet, but I did request Amina El-Sarafi. And that's when I realized, because I'm silly, I didn't actually know that that was the same author of these two books. And I was like, oh my gosh. So now, yeah, apparently I don't pay attention very often, but I do want to read that. Hello, Patricia. How are you? I've just started Ready Player One by Ernest Cline, page 22. Okay. Have you seen the movie? Or are you going to be reading this and then starting the movie? I feel like, Patricia, I might have asked this of you another time when you were reading another book. And I was like, oh, have you seen the movie yet? So it seems like you're going through a book to movie era. But you also, it might not be you, it might be someone else that I'm thinking of. It's good you are reading City of Brass first, because, oh, Amina, what? It's in the same universe? And they are Easter egg. Okay, so they have Easter eggs. I didn't know that at the time. Oh my gosh, Nikki, I really appreciate you saying that because I didn't realize that either. Interesting. Should I read the entire series before I read Amina El-Sarafi then? Or is it really just get the gist of the world through City of Brass and then we're good? But I also want to start Chain of Gold. I understand. I think I'm going to be reading Island Witch. Oh, what a good title. More. Also, if anyone was wondering, More is hosting a readathon at the moment called Libraryathon. So, I'm already inadvertently participating. I participate in Libraryathon technically all year because I mostly just read library books. So yeah, very fun. But if you're interested, there's still much of the month to go. So you should go to Moore's channel, watch her announcement video, join the Discord, and have some fun with us. Oh, Lena, I'm good. I'm glad that you're good too. Amazing. Let's see, hubby in the dungeon yet? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that comment is, but apparently it is to Donna. So I will allow the conversation to continue. Oh, still sick, but much better than yesterday. Okay, that's good. On the mend. Yay, City of Brass. I loved it. Hoping the fantasy elements aren't too overwhelming. I didn't use the audiobook for this one, but the one of River of Silver, same series, was fantastic. Okay. The thing is as many of you know, if you know who I am, fantasy is not something that I'm super comfortable with. Like, there are a lot of fantasies that I've enjoyed in the past couple years, especially in the past couple months as I've been dipping my toes into it. But this one scares me because of how big it is. And it seems like it's a bit more complex of a world than any fantasy I've really read. But that's why I got the audio. So I'm just going to fully immersive read it, take my time. So the audiobook's not going to be super fast either. I'm just going to, yeah. So I'm trying to prepare and prevent me from being overwhelmed because I really want to give this a good shot and so many people love it. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. Hello, Jen. I feel like I haven't been on your sprints in forever. I know. And you know what? At times we get busy, we miss each other, we're passing ships in the night. So honestly, no worries, especially if Tuesdays are really busy for people. I know that this is a weird time. It's like in the middle of the day, in the middle of the week. So absolutely no worries. But we've seen each other around in the comments. I'm reading After the Forest by Kel Woods. It's so good. I love that the author's name is also Woods. And then they have a title named After the Forest. That is very satisfying for me. Are you enjoying it? What made you pick it up? Because I've never heard of this book before, and I can't imagine what it's about. Is it nonfiction? Is it actually like, about the climate or about environmentalism? Or is it more of a, After the Forest? Could it be like dystopian? I don't know. I have close to 100 pages left. I think it will be fine. Okay, good. Yes, I'm going to move them to 12 p.m. BST. I'm glad I got the letters right. For Flawless Sprints, if anyone wants to join you, you don't have to read Flawless. Oh yeah, exactly. These are just sprints for fun. Like, for instance, I'm reading these two books I don't expect anyone to be reading those books with me, but we're just going to be supporting each other. So that's a good shout out, saying sprints are for anyone all the time. Hello, Jasper. I'm listening to Inkblot Sister Scribe and reading The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. We'll probably switch between them today. Might also start. Jasper, you have my heart. Braiding Sweetgrass is one of my favorite books of all time. It is such a great nonfiction. If anyone doesn't know what Braiding Sweetgrass is, it is written by an indigenous botanist who combines her kind of like, I guess, structured training in like what we see as like high academia, but also with the teachings of her indigenous background, and discusses nature in the most beautiful way. Oh my gosh. And also, I've read Inkblot Sister Scribe, interestingly, for another vlog that was Meet the Booktuber for Brittany. So, oh my gosh, I'm very impressed that I read 2 out of the 3 books that you talked about. Trying to finish Shark Heart. Oh, also a very pretty cover if I'm remembering the right one. And make some progress in HP number 4 today. Sounds good, Queenie. Quinny. Sorry, I'm sure you get that sometimes, and I cringed at myself. So it sounds great, Quinny. Flawless is in my April TBR, so perfect. Yes, that's great. Haha, yes, was happy the teleportation worked and put the link in the chat. Just honestly, yeah, you got to cover your bases just in case, because as soon as we start trusting technology, it's going to stop working. Keep telling people that Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes isn't as good as The Hunger Games, and I have mixed feelings about it. At the same time, I can't seem to put it down. Sometimes you're just like, you know what? I know that this isn't great, but it's what I want, like you can kind of appreciate a novel or a story where like I like it because of the nostalgia, I like it because of what it represents, that kind of thing, where I'm like, yeah, this isn't a great book, it's not going to win awards, it's not as good as the rest of the series, but I'm okay with being here and I want to stay. So yeah, no, that makes sense. Hello, Crystal. I'm switching between Yours Truly by Abby Jimenez. I need to try Abby Jimenez. Like, genuinely, that is someone that I'm like embarrassed to say I haven't tried yet because so many people adore her work. And Dragon Fruit by Makia Lucier. I will probably start with Dragon Fruit in the first sprint. Ooh, I've never heard of that title or that author. So that seems really interesting. Keep us updated. Let us know if you start it, what your initial thoughts are. For those catching up, we got to the end of chapter 33 last night. So perfect. This is for the housemaid for the book club sprinting between Bree and Brittany's channel. So chapter 33. Okay, that's good to know. Hello, Cassandra. I am reading The Power by Naomi Alderman. Ooh, it's been years since I read that book, but what are you thinking? Ready for a cup of tea and some cozy reading in the first print? Ah, yes, that sounds lovely. A cup of tea sounds great, especially for me. I'm in like an herbal tea kick, so like ginger tea, mint. That's right up my alley. My TV switched automatically, but on the laptop, I had to hit the go now button. That's so weird. Usually that's like the switch, isn't it? Usually it's go now on the TV. Was just going to ask. Oh, yeah, perfect. Yes, great. Did you do your hair? It's it looks backer than before. Oh, like darker, right? No, I just sometimes in certain lightings, my hair looks a lot darker than usual. Not complaining. I'm glad you're not complaining about it. So I did actually take a bit more time with some like conditioner and leave-in conditioner, so maybe it just looks a little bit more hydrated than it usually is. Like I've got some nice like curly ringlets today. So yeah, no, I haven't. I just, in certain lighting, my hair is really dark. When I was younger, it literally looked black. It genuinely looked like it was just black hair, and I think it's technically actually just like a really dark brown, but thank you. Hello, Rainy. Tried to sign up to run the Disney Marathon, and it sold out before oh my gosh. Honestly, I'm not surprised. But thing that might kind of stink, though, is like how many people, when people sign up for marathons, especially something so kind of, I don't know, popular as that one, there might be people who don't even show up and you would have liked to join. That's the one thing I always worry about. But I'm sorry it didn't work out for you. Also, oh my gosh, you want to run a marathon? That is not on my bucket list. I know a lot of people have that bucket list. Nope, that is not something I'm interested in doing myself, but I will cheer you on. I'm on page 142 of Hidden Pictures, and I'm really loving it so far. The drawings in the book really add a creepy element. Ooh, so it's a bit of mixed media going on where you've got drawings. that's how it is going on actually with Green Fuse Burning, because she's an artist. We're not seeing her paintings, but we are seeing some artwork and like descriptions of her artwork. So, okay, I'm even more interested in that story now. Hello, Jojo. How are you? What are you up to today? Apparently there is an International Cli-Fi Day. Stop. I know that Earth Day is coming up in the next week. Is it Monday? I'm pretty sure Earth Day is maybe. You guys are going to hear me typing, and I'm so sorry if that annoys people. Earth Day. Yeah, it's the 22nd. Okay, so April 22nd. Ooh. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a video giving recommendations for like nature writing, just to like promote it and be like, yay, don't forget it's Earth Day. But Cli-Fi Day, that is really good to know. I absolutely love that. And then, so we read through chapter 33, and I feel like I'm left at a cliffhanger. That sounds like it was a good place to end then. The City of Brass is one of my favorite series, Leandra, so I hope you enjoy it and want to reread it at some point. Honestly, so many people have loved it that I think I'm going to like it. I really do. Let's see here. Read it years ago. I like it. Great world, though honestly, don't love it. Okay, honestly, this is actually good to know. I know that there's been a lot of praise in the comments, and that is really lovely to see. But it's also nice to know that there are some people who are like, it was good. There were some strong elements, didn't adore it. Then I know that it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay if I love it. It's also going to be okay if I don't. So that's good to know. Yes, you have cross grain and straight grain paper. Yes, thank you, Brecht. That's what it was. So cross grain and straight grain, and that tells you how floppy it's going to be. And it's really like a manufacturing thing, and probably dependent on the publisher if they're paying attention to that. It's really interesting. Planning on finishing Nettle and Bone today. No thoughts till Julie's vlog Sunday. Everyone, go check that out. I cannot wait. I am honestly counting down the days. I can't wait to see Rainey and Julie do their little collaboration. And ooh, a nice short book. Again, T. Kingfisher. That's an author I've been meaning to try. I was talking about it the other day, how I just don't know which one I should start with, because I could start towards like the fantasy elements, or I could start with the horror, and it's a toss up. Yes, Deja Dead is book 1 in the Temperance Brennan series. I read that years ago. So yeah, I hope you find it interesting. I also have to go eat something because I will only have dinner after 9 p.m. Yes, definitely, please eat something. You take care of yourself, Beatrice. That sounds smart. Floppy books are the best. I know. I have chronic hand, wrist, and arm pain. So stiff books can be painful for me to hold open. I think they should make all paper. Me too. And I don't understand why, especially since we know the technology and why a floppy book is made floppy at this point. Like clearly, like, we might not fully understand why, or it's not as common knowledge, but I feel like in the publishing industry, it must. And that's a really good perspective on the fact that like that needs to be an accommodation. Like there's a practicality to why we want a floppy book, not just because it's aesthetically pleasing, but it actually can help those who do have, say, wrist pain, hand pain. So yeah, that's a good perspective, Jasper. You're totally right. Yes, Bones, fun stuff. Can't wait to get into it. Oh, yes, Leandra. Wink, wink. This is about the Sarah J. Maas. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Are you enjoying it? Yeah, that's a good question. Skullduggery. I'm so excited. The cover is honestly amazing too. It looks really fun. I cannot wait. Thank you for that recommendation. Hello, Glenda. Reading How to End a Love Story by Yulin Kwong. Ooh, a romance? Okay. It seems like that cover also, or not the cover, the title, How to End a Love Story. Sounds like there's going to be some drama. Sounds like a good romance for sure. Nicole, no longer our final stop actually, because Coda is after that. So I'm gonna have to update my description, because I had all of the places in it. Insomnia is kicked in. Oh no, I was gonna say because you should not be here. So I thought I would pop in and say hi. Thanks for hanging out with us, Nicole. I hope you find yourself getting tired soon so you can go back to sleep, because it is not fun when you're dealing with insomnia. I have really liked Deja Dead. It's a bit gruesome, and 100%. I was so surprised when I read that book, because it's so much darker. It's very gritty, isn't it? Especially the descriptions of, there's some gore kind of descriptions. It's really dark. The prologue, and also the Brennan is so different. Like Temperance Brennan is such a different character. She's quite a dark character. The prologue was something, don't know how I feel, but the writing was okay. Okay. The writing was okay. I am enjoying Done and Dusted so far. Has ADHD representation, which is great to see. I didn't realize that. That's amazing. All right. So the comment after that is Christina's, and I'm going to star it because we've just hit 30 minutes and I'm trying to stick to that schedule. So anyone who just commented, I promise that we're going to see them when we get back from the reading. I was going to say the break, so that's why I had quotes. And I'm like, it's not a break. This is the break. We're moving on to work time. Anyways, I'm waking up. I've been up for quite a few hours, and yeah, I still seem like I'm not awake. So I'm going to make myself tiny. And then we're going to be doing 60-minute sprints today. I think that breaks up things really well. But if someone wants a longer sprint and a lot of people are game for that, we can totally do maybe like 75 minutes or 90 minutes. But honestly, like I'm okay with also sticking to the hour if people are too. All right. So I will see everybody in 60 minutes. Thank you so much for being here. It has already been a really great time. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, I was keeping an eye on the time, and then I suddenly wasn't keeping an eye on the time. I am back. We are all back. How did that sprint go for you? I ended up reading, let me see here. I read a little bit more of Green Fuse Burning. And let me see here. Oh my gosh, I only have a half an hour left in the book, but I wanted to actually start the City of Brass, that sprint. And so I ended up getting one chapter done. So I am on page 22. I'm just dipping my toes into it. But there has been a concerning experience that happened with Nari as she was visiting this young girl, Basima, trying to deal with the jinn that may be in her. And it was a bit unsettling. So we're just, just the surface level stuff at the moment, but oh my gosh, like I'm really intrigued. So I will tell you that much. There are also some comments so I need to catch up on. But as I do that, everyone else, if you need to, do a self-care check-in. Where's your water? Did you need a snack? Or just maybe go stretch your legs, especially if you were sitting for that entire hour. Your body might need you to stretch. Okay. I actually had the library call me because I had the physical book of God Killer on hold, and the last person had not returned it for 2 months. Oh my gosh. She asked if I still wanted it. I have the audio on Libby, but don't know if I need both. I would say that depending on, I don't know, it depends. So for me, I definitely needed the physical copy. I read the ebook as I was listening. Once I understood the characters at play and what they were all doing, I was able to just lean on audio sometimes. But I know that some people, like a few people have mentioned that if they've only had audio, it's kind of been hard for them to follow exactly the characters and the world building. So Christina, this is up to you. If you have confidence in your audio abilities, then yeah, maybe the audio is perfectly fine. Might have to check it out. Sounds good, Jojo. Also, Glenda's just welcoming everyone, which is so lovely. Yes, I would read the whole Daevabad trilogy. Each book gets better. It's so good. Also, Claire continued. The River of Silver, same series, is a short story collection, which I still need to read. I didn't realize that it was a short story collection. A book titled Forest by Woods. I saw one yesterday about fitness that is by H. Shapley. Like, genuinely, you're like, is this genuinely your name? Like, the author has got to have made the connection there. After the Forest is a continuation of, a continuation of Hansel and Gretel. I'm really enjoying it so far, but I'm only 20% in. Okay, so you're only a fifth of the way through. There's still a lot of the story to go, but kind of like after the events, Hansel and Gretel, what do they do? That is cool. I hope it's a good book because I love the concept. I've heard Abby Jimenez just writes so well. I have so many friends who adore her. So I need to decide which book to start with her, though. You got me wanting to read City of Brass now. I have it on my shelf. Well, okay, if you want to join. Also, there is a read along going on with the Daevabad trilogy. Is it a book fiend named Mel? I think she's the host. If not, she's definitely participating. So, someone in the comments, way down at the bottom, can confirm to Kay and for myself because I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Vanessa asked if there's going to be an IPB readathon going on. I feel as though Brittany and I definitely don't feel as though we have the bandwidth to do that, unfortunately. But we do think it could be fun to do something, especially on the last 2 books when we're finishing up the series, making it a bit more special, adding in some guest appearances maybe. So there are some things in the works to make it a bit more fun and just creative towards the end because we see the end. It is in sight. I heard the second book, Into the Brass, is fantastic. So I say continue the series. If you like it, let me know if you would like to buddy read. But of course, take your time, enjoy, don't pressure yourself. Yes, Nikki, I'll definitely let you know because I feel as though having buddy reads, having someone to finish a series with or at least continue is a great motivator. And I'm only 1 chapter in, and it's a much bigger book than I usually have. So I'm even less in than usual, but I'm intrigued. Like Nari is a cool character. Being a con woman, I was immediately intrigued by that. So this is promising. finished my editing. I only have to film my outro and something for the intro. Awesome. Good job, Beatrice. Tomorrow you'll do that. Yes, exactly. Just compartmentalize. Be like, hey, I've done these tasks today. What can I do to push it to tomorrow? That works for me. Earth Day is the 22nd. Yes. And your eldest's birthday. Oh my gosh. What a lovely day to be born. I don't know how your eldest feels about that, but I would love that. That sounds like such a fun theme. I have been behind on my Bookstagram and I have pictures for it, but I don't feel motivated at the moment to post there. I'm really terrible with Instagram, like on all counts. Like I like to add stuff to my story. Like I'm really good about that, but it's been a long time since I've posted anything and I'm really terrible with the messages as well, as Beatrice knows because she's super patient with me. But oh my gosh, yeah, Instagram. I feel as though most of my energy goes to YouTube now as well. So I don't know. I do my best and you should just do your best too. Don't beat yourself up about it. Hello, Anna. How are you? I finally have a little time to jump on board. I just uploaded my video this morning and had some meetings, but I did finish Cell by Stephen King. I'm still processing my thoughts. Okay, sounds good. Figuring it out. That's one that I haven't read by him, so I can't speak on it, but maybe people in the comments, if you need people to talk to. I actually found that the other day. I finished The Dry by Jane Harper, and I had to reach out to Jess immediately because she offered, and I was like, hey, we need to talk about this. So maybe someone in the comments can talk with you about it if you need it. Also, congratulations on getting a video completed and uploaded. That's exciting. Why do I decide to read 4 to 7 books at a time? Like, for real, it is just more of a burden. We love the pain. Like, we genuinely do, because I'm currently at the same capacity. I have finished my 50th book, but I won't say what it is, but I've got the other 2 to finish. And then I've just started The City of Brass. I'm going to be finishing Green Fuse Burning, but then I also started Hood Feminism. That's for another kind of secret project, which is really exciting, but we do it to ourselves. We only have ourselves to blame. And then maybe a bit of FOMO, a bit of pressure, the good kind of pressure from friends who say, hey, you should read this book. And who are we to say no? So we feel your pain. I also need to take a shower and do some content stuff today. Ooh, yes. Take advantage of taking a shower as well. That's how I am. Whenever I finally shower and my hair looks semi-normal, when I wash my hair, I'm like, I need to film something today to make it worth it. In the UK, we don't really get floppy paperbacks that often, so I do prefer a floppy book, and it is easier to hold. It's easier to flip the pages. You don't have to worry about breaking the spine as well. I'm someone who's really terrible with that, where I get really nervous if I'm going to break a spine. I didn't used to feel that way, but now I think I've overthought it, and now I'm really afraid of breaking spines. Renee also prefers a paperback, a floppy one. And I know this about Beatrice. Portuguese books are very floppy, always floppy. Portuguese publishing, they know what they're doing. Meanwhile, we have confirmation that Nicole is awake at 2:30 a.m. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've all been there, and it is not fun. Oh dear, I hope you get to sleep again. Me too, Brecht. I am going to go on a walk. Oh yeah, this sounded lovely, Vanessa. If you do come back in time, let us know how the walk was with your pup. It's warm here today. I'm saying maybe a high of 74, which for Celsius is what, 23 degrees. So it's pretty warm in my area. I'm gonna have to enjoy the weather while I can too. I probably will only be able to join in for this productive sprint and part of the next chatty bit. Today is so busy. Honestly, Anna, I completely understand. You've already done so much today, and yet you still have a busier day. So please enjoy the moments of maybe quiet and relaxation while you can. And if that doesn't include hanging out with us, no worries. I understand. Also, I hope that the busy day doesn't become too stressful, because that can be a lot. Happy reading to everyone. Thanks, Elena. Jean joined us in that sprint, working from home today, and I'm on her television. Thanks so much. I'm on the big screen, if it's a big screen. I don't know. I guess big is also subjective. Yes, we're also sorry that Nicole can't sleep. Glenda's welcoming the newcomers. We also have Alicia, just got back from getting my daughter from school. Today is her 5th birthday. Oh my gosh, happy birthday to her. But getting lunch and reading The Age of Witches. Ooh, oh my goodness, hold on. The perks of living on a very busy street. Just starting, so 0 out of 437. Thanks. Sounds good for the update in that. I hope it starts off really well, starting on page 1. I'm reading How to End a Love Story. This is Glenda letting Jean know. Still a really cool title for sure. Then we also have Tigress. Hello. I will be reading Thieves' Gambit by Kavion Lewis. I haven't. Have I heard of this? Thieves' Gambit. Ooh, you know what? I have. And I've debated about borrowing this because I've seen it available on Libby. So you're gonna have to let me know what you think because I have had my eye on it. I recognize the cover. Just a very random thing. Last week I was not very well mentally. Oh my gosh. Understandable. And I think it was because I decided to change my sprints. So I did decide to change them back to Saturday so I can feel a bit more at peace. I might just start some days a bit later than others. Yeah, exactly. Accommodate. You know what I mean? Like for yourself. Like, are you ready to do it earlier? Are you ready to do it later? And that actually probably works out better for accommodating for some viewers because if you have a set time, not everyone can come during that time. But if you kind of do maybe a later day, an earlier day, you can kind of like allow everyone to enjoy a little bit of your sprinting. I think that works. And if it works better for your schedule, definitely do that because prioritize yourself because you're doing it for fun. Sprinting is meant to be fun. And if it's not fun, then you need to make some changes for yourself. So nice outside. Yes. Hello, Chris. I'm reading The Reappearance of Rachel Price by Holly Jackson. Ooh, Holly Jackson's another author I've been meaning to try. Also, we've got Rye here. Hello, Rye. I hope you've been well. What are you up to today? If you're still here, if not, no worries. Hello, Kirsty. Taken this week off for reasons, but have spent the day watching 9/11. Ooh, 911 Lone Star and loving it. I don't know if I've heard of this. Gonna maybe do some reading this evening as I'm stuck on the couch with a sleepy kitty. Yes, the kitty has chosen for you not to move, and you need to respect the kitty's choice. So yeah, sounds lovely. And yeah, taking the week off for whatever reasons you need to, it sounds like they were the right decision for you. And enjoy your week, or at least try to find some time to relax. It sounds like you've already started off really well. Also, Courtney is sprinting right now. So I made sure to go over and say hello really quickly to her. But if anyone else feels like sprint hopping, definitely go say hello to her because she always starts before me as well. And then I kind of overlap, but she's going 1 hour prior to when I'm done. So I'm ending 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She ends 5 p.m., I think, Eastern Standard Time. I think that's what her description said. So she's still going for 3 more hours. Maybe just go say hi to her. I made it to page 217 in Hidden Figures, in Hidden Pictures, and I am really enjoying the story. The paranormal elements are a lot of fun. Okay, that is exactly, oh my gosh, first of all, Courtney, I literally, if you're still here, I literally just said the same title because I was thinking Hidden Figures as well, which would have been really funny if I didn't catch myself. And I was like, paranormal, what are you talking about? But, ooh, okay, that's really good because sometimes it's hit or miss with the paranormal elements. Like either there's not enough of it. I think that's usually what it is. Or there's the whole like, oh, just kidding. This isn't actually paranormal. It's actually real life and you just can't trust yourself or something. I just want real paranormal elements. Like I want us to be creeped out and have there be things that we don't fully understand. So that sounds great. Caught up on some BookTube after my walk. I think that's what I'm going to do my next sprint. I'm going to catch up on BookTube because I'm so behind and I need to start watching. So having a nice like hour dedicated to that while I eat lunch, that works for me. Just took maybe an hour break from working. So that was nice. Oh yeah. Clear your mind, maybe move your body because you also like went for a walk. That sounds perfect. Got to 63% and did the dishes. Nice. Another thing that I need to do. I did laundry this morning as well. So I did do some things, but there's always something to wash, isn't there? There's never a day where you're not like, I need to wash X. Oh my gosh. It's just a life of washing. How many hours do we spend washing things? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Did not get to reading, but did film. Oh my gosh, amazing. Like honestly, sometimes that's harder motivation to get yourself to film stuff when you know you need to. So honestly, bravo, good job. I ended up continuing yours truly because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Ooh, that sounds good. Got to page 220. Sounds like you made the right decision. That sounds awesome. I'm glad that you just like it's unputdownable for you. That was a lovely sprint. Oh, we did some painting. Nikki, painting is something I think I want to get into. I know I've been talking about a lot of different art like media lately, but I don't know, painting sounds really fun. 338 pages in 85% into The Crooked Place. And so far, I'm liking it. Awesome, Elena. It's so nice. I feel like a lot of us are really enjoying our reads. I'm sorry to those who might not be, but it seems like all of us who are commenting are really having a good time. Got to 70% of done and dusted. Finished. Oh my gosh, that scared me. 15 minutes goes by so quickly. Finish in the next sprint. Oh, very nice, Claire. I started a Swedish middle grade and read 180 pages. It has big letters and also some pictures. Honestly, that is the best like confidence boost when you read a middle grade, just because it's almost practically like it's large type, which is something that's really hard to find in adult novels. It's also just so expensive. So whipping through that middle grade, honestly, and so it's a great palate cleanser. A lot of times when I need a palate cleanser after I've read maybe a heavy book or a really like serious, long, chunkier read, chunky for me, a middle grade is exactly what I need. And I'm jealous that they've got more illustrations. We need more illustrations in adult books. That's all I'm going to say about that. Updated my reading tracker, ate lunch, and then got to 9% in The Mysterious Affair at Styles. Anna, I hope you're liking it. It's very like kind of nostalgic for me. It's a great detective fiction novel. It's the first Agatha Christie, by the way. Yeah, I love it when people actually read her first novel because I don't think it gets enough credit. I read nothing that sprint. Took the dog for a walk. Ooh, but amazing. That's a great choice. Did some playtime and training with her. Amazing. That sounds great. My body needs me to stretch as I can't feel my right leg anymore, but my cat is snoring and I can't move her because that would be so cruel. Oh my gosh, this is the dilemma. You're like, do I stay in pain myself just so that my cat can snooze? And a lot of us would understand if you chose to just let the cat snooze, but also I think your cat might get over it so that you can move your body and, you know, relieve that pain. The next book I'm going to read is Wild and Distant Seas by Tara Carr Roberts. Ooh, sounds nice. I got to 36% of Ruthless Vows, and it is so good. Read 100 pages this morning and really don't want to go into work this afternoon, but have to adult. We do. The sooner you adult, the sooner you can stop adulting, right? Right? I think that's how that works. Hello, Allie. How are you? Hanging out before work. Went to some little free libraries and, for my nails. Got your nails done too? That sounds great. Ooh, and like, what did you get at the little free library? Or were you giving books to some little free libraries? Because that's also really fun to do. Having some rain food, salt and vinegar chips. Ooh, yes, that combination, salt and vinegar, it does wake you up. I feel that way about salt candy, sour candy. That'll like just keep your brain going, I think. Now at the park until I have to go to work. Ooh, honestly, everyone just spending time at the park. That sounds like such a lovely choice. Mel as a co-host. Thank you, Kirsty. Yes, so for the Daevabad trilogy, I know that because she was talking about it on her roll of reads that she had to read The City of Brass. So I do remember her saying that. Awesome. I got 24 pages into The Shadow Rising and have a few more pages to read later yet. But first, time for a shower, lunch, and some laundry before I head out to take my daughter to the dentist. Ooh, I don't know. Does she like the dentist? I'm someone who I go crazy if I take more than 6 months to go get a cleaning. I'm one of those people who kind of like going to the dentist. It just gives me peace of mind. I know. Hello, Stacey and Steph. Yes. Okay. So Stacey and Steph are also sprinting. I'm so glad that they commented. I did pop over and say hello to them. But again, if you want to sprint hop, go check out Stacey and Steph. Say hello because they're having a fun time and having good conversation. Thanks for coming over and saying hi to me too. I read a bit. The book is getting nice. Oh, and cute. But it took most of the book for it to get to this point. Yeah, that's not great. Either a high 3.5, okay, but still a positive recommendation. I mean, I think I would read someone, I mean, if someone gave it a 3 and acknowledged that it wasn't for them, I would even try a 3-star rating from a friend if they knew that it was a book for me. So 3.5 or higher, that's still like a glowing review in my opinion. Got to chapter 3, page 11. These chapters whipping through. Oh my gosh, Glenda, those must be really short chapters. I will be reading Words of Radiance, but also I skipped your hello comment. Hello, Carissa. Sounds good. Words of Radiance. Ooh, sounds like a nonfiction, maybe self-help. We love that. Lunch done. Another load folded and put away. Now to move some furniture and vacuum behind it. Pull plastic from the windows. Fingers crossed the temp does not drop. Again, oh gosh. And then water repo from yeah. Oh, repotting some plants. Yes, spring has sprung. Apparently, we're just doing all the spring things for sure. We're greeting Carissa. You would not like to see my books then. Oh my gosh. Oh, the I know what you're saying. It's the cracking of the spine, isn't it, Brecht? Oh my gosh. Yeah. I used to be totally fine with it, and then one day I suddenly didn't. I think it's because I try to keep my books as nice as possible, and specifically if they're brand new, and then I might be giving them to my library. I would hate to give the library where I work like a broken spine, but usually that's obviously just with paperbacks that we have to worry about. Didn't read it all this sprint. Totally fine, Madeline. Fed my dog and did spelling bee with my partner. Honestly, sounds productive to me, and I'm sure your dog is very happy to now be fed. What a beautiful day outside, genuinely. I'm going to have to go for a walk. I might go for a walk during Brittany's first sprints at around like 6 p.m. for me. It's the evening. It might get a bit cooler because I'm not someone who likes the heat. I am telling you that right now. I'm only 56 pages in, but I'm enjoying it. Okay. So this one was about Thieves' Gambit. So yeah, keep us updated. Also, I am very, very excited for, yes, the Inheritance Games read along. Yeah, so Beatrice has been checking in with me because we are thinking of actually making it a bigger read along as far as just like spreading out the responsibility and having a few hosts, because I realize I just am not very good at hosting read-alongs by myself. Everyone is just better at reading and keeping up with the conversation than I am. So I feel like it would help if there's like a few of us. And so Beatrice is going to be one of them. And we're hoping to read the first book in May. I feel like that'd be really fun. So if people are interested, it's going to be on the Discord. But we also could probably do like maybe a live show at the end of each month if we're interested. I don't know. We're spitballing here as we go. Last week, a lot of things happened, and I did have to take a day off, but I'm getting back. Yes, good, exactly. Like, never feel badly about taking a day off. If you think that you need it, that sounds like it's the right decision for you. And in the end, it betters everyone else, right? So you're just being preemptive, and I think that's smart. Jen got to 20% of After the Forest. I am so sucked in. Jen, that sounds great. I do need to go get the little from pre-K though. I mean, it's a good reason to stop reading for the moment, but okay, this is the Hansel and Gretel, like after their experience kind of situation. And yeah, I'm on tenterhooks. I need to know that this ends up being a great book because I'll read it ASAP then. I sent you an Insta of the kitty for your yes, thank you, Kirsty. I literally my Instagram, it's a bookstagram, but when I'm like on my what is it for you page, the discovery, it's all cat videos. All cats. I realized I'm like, I'm a part of Bookstagram, but I'm not. I'm actually a part of Catstagram. Is it Catstagram? Is that what it's called? That's where I live and breathe. I may get to read outside today because it's super nice outside. Honestly, enjoy it, Carissa. Definitely do that if you can. I am gonna snuggle up, watch Maze Runner. Ooh, yes. That's a good series too. And they finished the films. Did I watch all the films? I might actually have to double check that. I definitely watched the first two, but I can't remember if I watched the third one. So yeah. Ooh, so it's a really good series. I might have to look into that. Christina, thank you so much for providing the link. So this is to Courtney for Tangible Reads. Go say hello, go support her because she's honestly such a sweet person and she's really fun. And if you don't know her, just go subscribe. And same with Stacy and Steph too. Christina did the thing again. Yes, go say hi and go subscribe to Stacy and Steph as well because they're sprinting and obviously you're here, so you enjoy sprinting. It makes sense. It's 2 + 2 is 4. Anna, it just popped up yesterday and I was like, I need a show I can watch. I'm going to have to look into this because that sounds like a good bingeable TV series. And that's kind of where I'm at these days. There are so many people spending Tuesdays. Isn't it crazy that Tuesdays are popping off now? And it's really fun though. I really like that there's a lot of people sprinting so we can all gonna go hang out. And then also you can kind of adjust where you're like, I really don't feel like talking right now. So let me just jump into someone else's sprint. Or if you just need a bit more time and you don't feel like reading or being productive, maybe you can join another talking bit. I think it works. It works for everyone. Hello, Ro. Listen to Sub Radio during the sprints. King of My Heart is a personal fave. Very nice. Hello, just joining. Hi, Candy. Hoping to finish A Fate Inked in Blood today. I think I have like 80 pages left. Ooh, this is like a hot title right now. I hope you're enjoying it. Barbara just started too. Okay, perfect. Good. We'll make sure to go say hi to her too. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Meanwhile, Elena says, I need to finish my book today. I mean, I'm going to be finishing at least Green Fuse Burning. Obviously, I will not be finishing The City of Brass. I'm liking it so far. I've read only one other Agatha Christie, so I'm excited. Anna, what's the other Agatha Christie? I need to know now. I need to know everything. I risked it and gently shifted her to another leg. Oh, there we go. She just kept snoring. We love it. We love a successful transfer, and the baby does not even realize. I'm so happy that worked out for you. And then let's see here. I'll do it on the next sprint. Sounds good. Ooh, the story graph for A God Killer buddy read. I support this. That sounds great. I like going to the dentist too. Thank you, Vanessa. I was going to say, like, I know a lot of people, and I understand people who might have phobias or have had bad experiences, but I guess I've been really lucky. I've had a really good dentist, and actually, my dentist that I have is still up in New York. I live in Pennsylvania now, but like all of my medical practitioners are actually still in New York, and it works out well because when I go visit them, I'm usually visiting family at the same time, and I'm actually terrified the day that I have to, because he's also like, he might be retiring soon, and I'm really nervous on the day comes. But anyways, that's more about me than anyone needed to know. I donated 9 books. Ooh, awesome. I was wondering, is it a giving or a getting situation? To the little free libraries. Ooh, and grabbed a Dean Koontz for my guy and found 2 for me. Very nice. I love that you give 9, but you took 3. That's very just satisfying to be like, I've given more books, and now who knows where they'll go? Who knows who will be maybe finding some new favorite reads that way. I've been doing paint by numbers and have the time. Oh my gosh, that is something I need to get into. Painting by numbers sounds really fun. My mom has done that a few times, and she's really enjoyed it. And actually, she sent me one of her paintings, and it's of like a little bookshop front. I've been meaning to put it up because it's been too long that I've had it. But yeah, they come out really well. I have a severe phobia. I was about to say, I'm like, I understand if someone does. I have a severe phobia of dentists, and no word of a lie. The last time I went, I had to be very oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And that is totally understandable. Same with any type of medical practitioner, to be completely honest. If you have a phobia, like, I understand the stress of it, and it is very real. I'm super fortunate that I have never had that experience. The only time that I feel as though I like my world is falling apart is when I have to have blood drawn. I won't go further in case people don't want to hear about it, but I get all of the symptoms, and it's not a good experience. I didn't used to be that way, and then one day, bad experience, and now I never want to do it again. Pulse were, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm so sorry, Kirsty. My internet has been barely working, so I've had to read the last 150 pages of Gone with the Wind. Oh my gosh, almost done finally. And it's a big book too. You should definitely be proud of yourself. Oh, I love that series. I need to get to the 4th books. Oh, is this for Inheritance Games? Yeah, it's going to be fun. My book is already on the way. Amazing. I would love to do some graphics for y'all. If you need, can reach out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that'd be lovely in regards to like the Inheritance Games, like read along situation, because that could be kind of fun. That's my thing this week. Just woke up yesterday knowing it's a bad mental health burnout week. So I was like, absolutely not. I'm not forcing myself. Yes. And it truly is better for everyone, especially for you. Like, put yourself first, of course. But I feel like a lot of times people don't realize, like, when I'm taking a day off, when I'm, if I'm realizing I'm putting my mental health first, I promise you it will benefit you too. It'll benefit our relationship. It'll benefit everything that's going on in my life. And it's like a ripple effect, like a domino effect. Like, I promise that this isn't a selfish decision. And if it is, honestly, who cares? Like, I'm doing it for myself, and you need it. So anyways, that totally makes sense to me. So it's the TBR-a-thon one. Oh, Beatrice already has it. Lovely. Oh, Courtney's ending right now. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking that she was going till 5, but you know what? Maybe that's Stacy and Steph. I might have mixed them up. I think Stacy and Steph are going for another few hours. I'll be helping Leandra. Yes, I think it'll be really fun. So yeah, Beatrice is really kindly allowed herself to kind of join me, and I think it'll be good. A bit more structure. So yeah, because doing it yourself, more power to people who can handle hosting read-alongs by themselves for sure. Need to get into that. I might be able to. I'll post the link. How about I'll post the link during the sprint, in case you want to join the TBR-a-thon one, and then like whether it's just to join the community, join the inheritance games read along, or anything else in between, because I think it's a chill Discord. We don't do too much. It's just kind of a place to hang out. On that note, we have been talking for half an hour, so I'm gonna put us into another sprint, but we'll play catch up per usual with all of the comments that have come in. Just thanks everyone who just hangs out here on Tuesdays. Again, I'm just always surprised because Tuesdays are such a random day. But I will make myself tiny. And then I will see you all in an hour. Bye. Hello. How is everyone? How was your sprint? Don't forget, do a bit of a self-care check-in. Make sure you've got all of the resources, your needs are taken care of as you are being productive or reading is productivity, so doing both. What did I get up to? Well, I ended up having lunch. I caught up on a little bit of BookTube. By a little, I cannot say very much because, I mean, let's be honest, we are always catching up with BookTube. But that was fun. I also ended up recording my intro because I realized I haven't recorded that for the 3 books that I'm reading for XO Joe's Meet the Booktuber vlog. So very excited about getting that done. And now, because I've done the intro and basically said, I don't know anything, I've only read 1 chapter of this, I can now just like start digging into it and hopefully I'll make some good progress here on out. And then I read a little bit more of Green Fuse Burning just because I was like, oh, well, I only have about 20 minutes left. And I swear, I have like 10 minutes in my ebook. So I'm going to finish that in the next sprint. And then I'll be devoting the rest of the time to City of Brass. And I'm very excited about it. So let's see how everyone else did. We do have to play a little bit of quick read through of comments that had come in that I didn't get to. Am I scrolling? I need to just keep scrolling, or did I miss it? Oh no. I know I started, but it was actually Sovan's comment. So I'm looking. There it is. Oh my goodness. I liked the first Maze Runner movie, but hated the second and third because Sovan's rewatching the first one. They made me super confused and made me wondering if I had slept through the books. Yeah, that series 100% started veering off when they were making the movies for it. I also don't hate going to the dentist. I got used to it since I had braces. See, I was a braces person too, and I didn't have as negative of experience as some people have had. So I basically owe everything to my dentist. I'm very lucky to have a good one. 17 more pages. Amazing, Elena. I think you're probably going to finish it. My daughter likes going to the dentist. We started at 12 months. So yeah, probably feels a bit normal to her, which is great. It was, and then and then there were none. The classic. It was for school. I know. For those of you who aren't from the US, and I'm 99% sure you're also from the US, what's so funny is a lot of times our first experience with Agatha Christie is in school, and then there were none. It's a very classic American kind of scenario. That was my first experience with Agatha Christie as well. So it's very interesting. Maybe not. Yeah, like, do I remember it? Mine was in middle school. I remember it was 8th grade specifically. We had a mystery unit. Isn't that so fun? Honestly, like, yeah, I still think about that 8th grade English teacher, and I'm like, she knew what she was doing. I hope that she still feels appreciated in her profession now. I'd like to reread it too. Yeah, especially to see, like, now that you know the things that are happening, or at least have an inkling of remembering it, it could be fun to reread it. Can anyone share the Discord? Oh, so yes, Brecht, I think I did a little bit later on. So we're good there. Elena's thinking that we'll finish a book. Hello, Coda. Coda's Kingdom. Yes, we were talking about you earlier. I had a nap and I think I'm not hungover now. Yay. That is good. You know, it's so funny, Coda, you'll appreciate this just because of the hungoverness. So for the I think this is okay if I spoil it a little bit. I'm doing the like a Can We Trust kind of scenario for a certain vlog collaboration that's going on. And for the booktuber that we're doing this for, I made a certain kind of cocktail, and I was recording myself as I was like having them last night, and I was like, I do not drink very often, so I am feeling things. So it was very funny for me to be like, oh, this is new. I used to love my former dentist before I moved, but I haven't found a dentist here that I like as much. It's now just let's get this over with, understandable. And I feel like that's probably how I'm going to feel when I have to switch. So it's unfortunate, but I think that's probably the baseline experience for most people. I just finished the last page of Gone with the Wind. Congratulations. A long time ago, all I had were print books, and all the long books I read were with eyeballs, so out of practice. Oh my gosh, that's how I am these days. I am physically reading books. You know, I'm physically reading Green Fuse Burning. It's a novella, but there have been a few books this month that I've only been able to physically read, and you do realize you're like, wow, we are so grateful that audiobooks exist, because yeah, I would not be getting through the numbers I am without them. The first Inheritance games showed up yesterday in Libby, way earlier than I thought, so I had to delay it. Hopefully it'll come back. Honestly, usually it does. I love the delaying feature. It's one of the best elements to Libby, and I don't take advantage of it enough. That was a smart idea. And then here's the link for the TBR-a-thon Discord if people are interested in Inheritance games, or if not, you just want to see what's going on, then you can take that link there. We also had Rachel join us. Hello, we are having an excellent day, doing our best. I think a lot of us are having good reads, which is great. So yeah, things can't complain. You're at work though, but we'll leave this up. And quiet for watch time. Thank you so much, Rachel. That's so nice of you. I appreciate it. Good luck at work, if you can read my lips. Mostly lurking while I write. Sounds good, Dag. Good luck with writing. I hope that your story is going places that you like, that the characters are doing what you want them to do, and inspiration is just flowing, because that is a feat in itself. Okay, I gotta share something. Subbing a class of second graders. Kids are supposed to be doing their work, but they're all having whisper conversations. Like, I can't hear them, but they're oh, so you're just like listening in. You're like, okay, what's the hot goss in second grade? I let it slide, and a few of them are talking about yesterday's eclipse when one proclaims in their whisper, "I thought I was gonna die." Oh no, they were like, what's happening? And I'm trying so hard not to laugh, pretend I'm busy. Yeah, oh my gosh, I love that, especially like at that age. The way that their imagination goes and the way they like phrase things is honestly just, second grade is like my favorite. When I did a stint of teaching for, like, it was kind of with AmeriCorps. I had second graders in my training, and then I was with third grade, and I was like, this is the cream of the crop. I don't want younger, I don't want older. I love them because you can have a full conversation, but they aren't reaching the kind of weird, puberty and everything stages. So yeah, I really love second and third graders. They're hilarious. Is it that time of Tuesday where it is time for a nap sprint? Honestly, more. I highly recommend that. That sounds lovely. Yes, please do that. And everyone else, go ahead, because I think it is that time of Tuesday. I am off to work, friends. Sounds good, Steph. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for hanging out with us. Good luck at work. I've got to head out as well. No worries, Anna. Good luck with your busy day. I know you were saying you have a lot of it. Only 51 minutes left, and then I will crack open my books. Yes, amazing. 51 minutes. It's going to fly by. 35 pages in, 12% into my book, and just finished chapters 1 through 5. Excellent progress. We love it. Got to 73%. Going to switch to manga in the next sprint. Woo, very nice. And that'll be a nice quick palate cleanser as well, Brittany, because I know you've got so many books you're trying to read this month. I'm a bit of a bad girl. What? I decided to play, what is that? War of Worldcraft? World of Warcraft? I think World of Warcraft. Oh my gosh. Yes, that's what it is. So many W's. The alliteration was getting me. Honestly, yes, you be that bad girl. You have fun. For me, I've been itching to play Sims. I know it's not as hardcore as World of Warcraft, but yeah, I've been thinking about being bad lately in that way. Sprint hopped, moved the sofa, vacuumed. Yes, we love the productivity. Moved the plants, took down the plastic from the windows. Now to replace plants and give some new homes. I love my plant family. Oh, and I'm sure they love you. I'm sure you're probably so good. You've got such a green thumb. I can already imagine it. I spent the sprint watching more 911 Lone Star and browsing Cider for clothes, as I need basically a whole new wardrobe when I go to Australia for Christmas, as it'll be summer and I don't own summer clothes. That sounds so fun. You're already planning things. I love it. And Australia's on my bucket list. Like, I know, Kirsty, you obviously, it's probably whatever, but still a big trip, because obviously you're going there for reasons to like hang out with Ren and everyone else and everything. But that's on my bucket list to go, because it would be really fun. Finished, done and dusted. It only got 3 stars. Oh no, it was fine. Fine is fine. Would recommend if you want more cowboy romances. Okay, so if you really need to scratch that itch, you can stay with that kind of era. I'm 68% into The Power. Don't really know how to feel about it. I definitely like the writing, but it feels average to me right now. Maybe a 3.5. Honestly, Cassandra, I remember at the time, this is way back before I was a big reader. I remember I read The Power with a friend, and both of us really loved it. Maybe I gave it 4 stars. But now, actually, what's really interesting is, on reflection, I feel like if I read it now, I don't think it would be as groundbreaking as we thought it was when it came out. And also, I've heard some criticisms that I think are really valid about it. So that tracks. I'm not surprised, but I'm glad that you can at least appreciate the writing, like the writing style of it, because I mean, Naomi Alderman is definitely a good writer. Made it to page 36. Amazing. Also, hello. I don't think I've seen you comment before, Fairy Librarian. We are a big fan of libraries here. I took my shower, just took the mask out of my hair, and I read a bit while I was waiting for the mask to take effect. Amazing. My first classic was Pride and Prejudice, I think, besides the Portuguese ones. Honestly, Pride and Prejudice is up there. I'm going to have to think about what my first classic was, because that would be a good topic to think, like, do we all tend to have the same type of classics? Because there are so many, if we're going to be honest, and each school experience is different. So I think we all start at different times, and there are still so many classics that I was never introduced to that I should read. I had braces too, but after that, I had my bottom wisdom teeth surgically removed, and woke up in the middle of it. So, oh my gosh, a valid fear, Christina. I had my wisdom teeth done as well, but that goes along with the fact that I have a great dentist. He had great connections, and so I had a really easy experience. I'm like, honestly, that is horrible, and that would be terrifying. I would definitely be scarred from that. Mystery Unit, wow, yes, it was really fun. So we read, and then there were none. We read The Westing Game. I think there was one other book that we read, and I remember distinctly that the teacher did the entire unit for each book was like, it was like helping, like, I don't know, we were motivated to try to see if we could solve, the crime, solve come to the solution at the end. And so she had a whole worksheet with like puzzle pieces with different clues that we got. Like, it's still very vivid in my brain, and I can't imagine the amount of work and logistics that it went along with for her to set that up for us. And I think it got me into reading for sure. My phobia started because of my braces. Yep, see, this makes sense. Simple teeth extraction became impromptu surgery. Oh no! It seems like the anesthesia is the kind of the link where it's not you working, and that is such an intricate process. Like, people go to school for years to work on that because of the chemistry, and like when they get it wrong, oh my gosh. Yeah, I cannot wait to watch that. Yeah, it's gonna be good. But I know it's gonna be fun. I think I did a good job. Like, I think I made the cocktail right and everything, so I'm pretty proud that I thought to do it. Volleyball match finished at the beginning of the sprint, so I took the rest of the time to have dinner. Amazing, nourish your body. I think I'm gonna wash my hair in the next one, and then get cozy and read before bed. Yes, Yelena, that sounds like the perfect evening. Oh my gosh, like that, you had a great day. That sounds great. I got laundry started and took a shower. Now I have to decide what to read in the next sprint. Yes, Jamie. Are you in the mood to continue the kind of theme of classics? Or are you like, you know what? Now is the time to move and do something else, completely change gears. Hi, friends. Hello, Maria. I just joined during that sprint and read 22 pages of Agnes and the Hitman. Stop. What? Agnes and the Hitman. I love the title of that. I'm gonna have to look into it. I've started so that I can look into it in the next sprint, because that sounds really good. Let us know. Is it supposed to be funny, or the imagine of like the name Agnes and then a hitman? I'm imagining maybe a comedic espionage or mystery going on. Yeah, a bit of a romp. I ran some errands and ate some sushi that sprint. Oh, that sounds great. The sushi does. Running the errands, you feel like you're accomplished, but then you got to treat yourself with some sushi. My favorite years to teach, are 5th and 6th. 5 and 6, which is grade 3 and 4 for you guys. See, I adored those little nuggets. Yeah, it's such a sweet spot. It's really nice. And it's so funny. Year 5 and 6 is 3 and 4. I feel like I should remember that it's like a 2-year difference or 2 grade level difference. Yeah, that's That's actually some good knowledge to keep in the back of my pocket. Yeah, War of Worldcraft. It sounds like a game I would love. Like a spoof. Like that'd be really funny if it was like a satirical like game that like bounces off of that. You know, like how scary movies were kind of started off from Scream and the like. Yeah. I ended up starting an arc that I forgot about. Ooh, that needed to be reviewed by the 19th. I'm hoping to get it done before then. Ooh, I hope it's not too long of a book, because you could. It's 10 days away. You've got time. I want to go to Australia. Me too, especially now that we're making like Australian friends. It'd be really fun to go see them and say hello. I've played a lot of Sims as part of my self-care. Oh, yes. And it is. It's a nice kind of calming experience. I love like you just can take your time like building and designing and making people and all that over the weekend, but have to be careful as I can easily get into a slip of a depression crutch. Honestly, Kirsty, you and I both, my guilty pleasure is playing Sims, but I have to be careful because then I get obsessed with it. So that's probably why I kind of hold off and don't actually play it very often. Loving that green fuse burning cover. Coda. Oh my gosh. I only have 10 pages left, or yeah, 10%, 10 minutes. There we go. My ebook says I've got 10 minutes left, and I'm really liking it. The prose is really good. It's described as eco horror or thriller, and I'm kind of in between. I think it leans more thriller for me, but I'm really loving it. It's by a queer Indigenous author as well from Canada, for our Canadians in the comments. And yeah, I'm eating it up. It's a really good novella too, so it's really short. Hello, Bree. I have been so busy today. I forgot about these. No worries. But you know what? I've been promoting you and Brittany quite a bit, because this is the other person that I was talking about when they were reading The Housemaid. So they were on Bree's channel yesterday. Now they're going to be on Brittany's today. And I think that it was chapter 33 was what they got through yesterday. And so that's the mark of where we're hanging off. Speaking of, oh my gosh, The Housemaid. I am on a cliff edge. Yes, Vanessa was right. End of chapter 33. Ooh, okay. I mean, that sounds like a great place to be. I know that it's not fun because you're like, I want to keep reading, but I'll wait until tomorrow. But it adds to the, excitement of like what's going to happen next. Oh no, Australia is huge for me. I know. I was going to say, I've never been, and I'm actually super, for some reason, Kirsty, I just assumed that you had. Okay, about it for multiple reasons. Most the heat, but also the travel, as I worry how I'll cope. That's so true. Honestly, very valid to be super anxious. And I hope that it ends up going without a hitch. You've got a lot of time to prep and hopefully not like amp up your anxiety about it. But yeah, it is a really long flight. That's true. The longest that you've ever been on was 3 hours and wasn't too bad. 16 is definitely a different game. And I feel like some people could probably give you some good advice about it, especially like those who are Australian, because I'm assuming that anytime they've flown, depending on where they've gone, I see a wasp outside my window and it's making me nervous. Well, my window's closed, so we're okay, but I have bad experiences with them, like getting into my apartment. Anywho, I'm eyeing you. It's okay. They're not doing anything. Anywho, I think my longest flight. I think my longest flight was probably 8 hours, and I mean they give you a meal that's not great either. But yeah, it's not fun, but it'll be worth it because you're going to Australia, and that's gonna be really fun. I don't know where I want to start with classics. Yeah, and I feel like I never get a classic that I'm like 5 stars, absolutely love it. And so I think that's why I'm never really gravitating towards them. I feel like I'm like I should read this, and so I do, but it doesn't, So there we are with that. I like a lot of like reimaginings of classics, interestingly. So that's kind of partially why I want to read classics, because then I can enjoy even more the reimaginings that come from it. So, that's the way I think about it. I'm reading, Slaying the Shifter Prince as my last book of an Apolycon romantasy vlog. Oh, that sounds so interesting. I can't wait. I can't wait to see that vlog. That's going to be really fun. Hello, Louise. Just finished a meeting about planning new Scout badges. Now I'm going to read for about an hour before going to bed. I am reading Moonstruck. Ooh, at the minute. That sounds great. Moonstruck has definitely been on my mental TBR for a while. Also, how did the coding, the clues and everything go, Louise? I don't know. Maybe you were planning it for a future event, so it hasn't happened yet. But I'm really excited. I hope that your Scouts enjoyed it. I know you were kind of nervous about them not liking it. I remember reading, oh yeah, the Westing game as a kid. It was so fun. Honestly, it still stands today. It's really impressive. And I loved it. And it's really fun because I feel as though mysteries don't tend to get, I'm going to say, general awards very often, like the mainstream ones that aren't genre focused. And the Westing game having won the Newbery Award, it just doesn't happen. So I really like to kind of be like, woohoo, mystery was recommended, was represented. It was really fun. It's definitely still stands today for sure. Yes, I feel like I would have liked it more if I didn't read as much dystopia or feminist fiction. So maybe it's great for people to get into the genre, and I'm just not the perfect audience. I think you hit the nail on the head, Cassandra. It's definitely a book where you're more impressed if you haven't, because I hadn't exposed myself to either of those very much when I read it. And so I was like, groundbreaking. And now I'm like, okay, I probably would recommend a handful of other books before that one. Like I forget about that book. Before you were reading it and you mentioned it, I was like, oh, that's right. That's a book. So I'm not to put down anyone who absolutely loves it, because there are reasons for why, it's still popular, why people are still reading it. But it is kind of a perspective thing for me. I read Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes in 8th grade. See, I didn't read Sherlock Holmes until I was an adult, interestingly. But yeah, it's so fun. It's really nice because they can be teachable. Like, they are deductive reasoning. Hello, we're talking about education here. So it can be like a fun way to show people, that like learning and paying attention and all that stuff can be fun because you're trying to solve a murder. I don't know. I finished my book of Into the Crooked Place and 100% done. Congratulations. That's amazing. I had to schedule appointments that sprint. Boring, but necessary. I'll give you that. I know that it's not as fun as painting, but it had to be done. I'm thinking I'll stick to modern classics and start the Bell Jar. Should have more than enough time to finish the audiobook before we start Rebecca tonight. Ooh, wow, you just have such a TBR full of classics this month. It's amazing. I do want to start Rebecca or try Rebecca. It's not going to be on my TBR for this month, but that's a classic I've been meaning to read because I read a collection of her short stories once, Daphne du Maurier, and I really liked them. I thought it was really interesting. So I need to review A Court That Bleeds Gold today, but honestly, we'll just take my time. Yeah, like that sounds good. So this was the Neck Alley arc as well. I'm pretty sure you said like it was an arc for sure. And yeah, you've got time, ruminate, make sure you're thinking of the good details that you want to include, all that. Amazing Readathon needs to be in real life. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? That would be so fun. I have been fighting so hard to not read ahead. Oh, I bet. Well, especially because you're like, oh, I have it. I could read. And you're like, no, let's have an authentic experience. Let's wait. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Because I was saying before that Frida McFadden isn't someone I've tried before, but I've been meaning to. You know what book that I am going to be reading that I always mix that one with is The Maid by Nita Prose. I always mix those titles up because they're so similar. But I am reading that one this month. Cannot wait. Yes, that's going to be fun to see all of your reactions. I feel that, Brianna, good for you. If you don't, more power to you. Yes, exactly. If you fight the urge, good job. I started reading Frida McFadden's books last month, and they are so easy to get through. That's what I've heard, that you can just whip through them very quickly. The Housemaid is next up on my list. The flight to Fiji was the longest one I've been on. The nice thing is the long ones are normally overnight. Oh, that's right. So take a ZZ Quill or something to help you sleep, and then time goes pretty fast. That's true. So if you don't have what do they call it? The red eye? Is that what those ones are called, where you do it overnight? I know that the red eye is something. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. I tried to have it where on the flight, or you know what I might do? So well, I've flown to Europe a couple times, and I think I've always done it where I've either arrived in the morning, so I just stay up all day, or I arrive in the evening and then I like sleep and just try to do your best to adjust to the time change, because I think that's the hardest thing, actually, more than the flight. I get the anxiety about the flight, but it's not, I don't want to add anxiety to you, Kirsty. We're just going to move on. My sister lives in Australia, has done, the trip a lot. She's helped, but she also doesn't have the health problems I do, of course. So she doesn't always understand my fear and has been a bit just like, Yeah, and that's really frustrating because, you need the support because and also everyone's experiences are different. So I understand that's not very helpful for you. If Rebecca is considered a classic, I am reading that on Nicole Sprints because I think it counts as a classic. Obviously, it's not as what is classic? That would be very interesting to talk about. Like what's the time frame for when a classic, like when a book is like, okay, now that this many years have passed or whatever, it's a classic. Or we see people throw around modern classics a lot. I don't know. I was talking about that with Carly from Bookish Pixie Reads, and we went into a huge discussion about it because we're like, what is a classic? When is it a classic? What's going on? And yeah, and like when is something called historical fiction? Like how far in the past does it have to be historical fiction and not viewed as like contemporary? So, anyways, it is interesting to think about if you care about it. But I will be taking all the medications I can and will be asking the doc for a calming medication as I tend to get so excited and built up the day. Yes, no, that is smart. Be preemptive. I think that's the best way to go about it. My longest flight was 4 hours to Cyprus, and my shortest, oh my gosh, 40 up and down to Ireland. Barely time to drink my coffee. So I grew up in upstate New York, and we would fly to New York City at times. And yeah, it's a 50-minute flight. Because either that or it would be like a 6 to 7 hour drive, and that's if like you're not hitting traffic. So yeah, those quick flights are kind of nice. You just go up and then you go right back down. You're like, oh, all right, sounds good. My scouts were so slow at figuring it out. It took them about 45 minutes. They were supposed to do 4 tasks. Did they enjoy it though? Was it fun? They only got 2 done. Save the other 2 for later, maybe. That could be kind of fun. Kids are at lunch and off to the playground. Yay! Sounds good. A little bit more of a break to yourself. Still a bit of chatting left. Yes. Leaving the dentist now, a successful easy. Oh, thank goodness. That is great. Because again, we know that sometimes it's not great. So I'm glad that it worked out well. I've been to Fiji and Australia. Ooh, it was a good trip. The early morning overnight is the best flight to take. Okay, very good to know, Courtney. Yeah, definitely like giving the tips in the comments. We appreciate it. Yeah, so 6 to 7 hours. So that's a good tip. Great. One thing I'm excited for Australia is I'm using it as a chance to try new clothes. I always wanted to and play with my style. Yes. I've always been insecure, but Ren makes me feel so confident. Oh my gosh, stop. Couple goals. Is basically my ultimate hype person. So I'm going to try all the things I didn't get to before and be my true self fashion style wise. Oh my gosh, I love the support. And I'm not surprised. You and Ren are just the cutest things. I'm living vicariously through the two of you because you two are just so sweet. Being a modern classic is a life goal. Honestly, yes, right? Like I would honestly take that as a compliment if someone called me that. You are a modern classic. Maybe we should start saying that as compliments to people, not just books. I have been to Croatia and Montenegro for the second time. Ooh, I love that this has just become like a reminiscence of the different times we've all traveled. I love that. Then we have some more confirmation of reading books. Nice. Got to chapter 9. On the next sprint, we should do a 75 minutes. What are people thinking? Does that sound good to them? Because I'm down for that. I feel like that could get us to be really productive. And I would get, not only would I get my book done, but I would probably get a good amount, like at least an hour into the City of Brass. So I wouldn't have to kind of parse it. Rebecca is definitely a modern classic. Yeah, I would say so too. Flight tip, don't go to the bigger airports if possible. Might be slightly inconvenient with layovers. Go to the smaller ones. They're easier to navigate and get a shuttle ride to your hotel. I will say that some of the huge airports that I've been to, oh my gosh, the number of terminals that you are walking. I think I can't remember. I think it was when we were in London. One of those, we were walking for ages, and I was like, we're walking for about a half an hour trying to get to our terminal. This is insane. So if you do have to be in bigger terminals, just make sure you got a lot of time to walk in between, because that I was flabbergasted by how long we were just walking from one terminal to the next. It'll be nice to be in the same time zone as each other again, for sure. Yeah, for longer than 4 weeks this time. Oh my gosh, yeah, definitely, like, take advantage of that because, as you know, doesn't happen very often, and you guys are like on very separate time zones, like opposite. I was in Rome last week, returned last night. Oh my gosh, I'm still really tired. I bet you are, especially depending on, did you travel time zones? Because that can just be exhausting. I mean, traveling is exhausting, no matter how far or how you're traveling. But I hope you had a good time in Rome. I've been to Italy a couple times. I've been really lucky, and I love it. So yeah, I hope you had fun. I'm down for 75. Okay, perfect. I have basically seen the whole coast of Croatia and now doing the same with Montenegro. Oh, that's amazing. I've been meaning to try to go to Croatia. Like that sounds like that would be a really fun place to go. But I haven't traveled in quite some time. Leandra, you influenced me. Just took out my copy of City of Brass. I need a palate cleanse from contemporary romance. Nikki, you and I, we're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to chat about it. I'm only one, so like join me. That'd be great. Oh, the Sao Paulo airport in Brazil is so big. I can't believe it. Like how the way that's designed, like I don't know if there's a better way to organize it. Like having flights be closer together is probably really complicated, but it's crazy. The layover is going to be Dubai or UAE. What is that? United. It's the United Emirates. Why can't I remember how? I'm going to educate myself. Let's see here, because I always do this. United Arab Emirates. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I said that because I was like, I made the attempt. And both are enormous, but thankfully we'll have 3 to 4 hours. Yes, take your time, especially if you're feeling anxious. That's actually good to have longer layovers just to kind of relax. 75 sounds good. Perfect. Okay, I only have 3 more comments to go through, and then we're going to be starting a sprint. It's the same time zone, but yeah, exactly. It honestly doesn't even matter if it's the same time zone. It would still be exhausting, but yeah. Got out my City of Brass too. Friends, this is an impromptu buddy read. I love it. It's jam-packed with tourists, but it's always superb. And then it's just because we had to go through customs. Oh, yes. And then go back through security for a domestic flight to another part of Brazil. Yeah, oh my gosh, it is complicated. Like traveling, there's just so many logistics, and it makes sense why, but it's still really overwhelming. All right. Dee Dee. City of Brass is in my basket. We'll see if they check themselves out. I mean, if they do, obviously you've got friends to talk to about it, but no pressure if that doesn't happen. We understand. Yeah, absolutely no worries. Yay, loving this for us. I know, this is going to be so fun. I'm excited. Okay, let me change this over, and then I'm going to do 75. I think that's good. Gives us all time to really settle in, get maybe a longer task done as well, if we're interested. 75. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to finish a book and then continue with City of Brass. I will see you all after. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. All right. So, what did I get up to? Well, I finished Green Fuse Burning, and I was like, this is really strong. I really like this. And then you know what happened? There was an afterword from the author, and I was kind of like, oh, an afterword. And I was reading it, and I don't know if this has ever happened to me before, but that's what's making me give this 5 stars. Like, I don't know, I just really liked it. It was a really good novella. It had really good commentary on environmentalism, on the climate crisis, and how it feels to be someone of like indigenous background in a modern world, and just yeah, it was really fascinating. And then I got 2 chapters in, and I'm pretty sure I saw Nikki. There was a few comments, one from Dee Dee that made me just laugh before we returned. But Nikki, you're on chapter 3. I just finished chapter 3. So that's where I'm at. I'm on page 56. So I read about 30 pages that sprint. I'm taking my time. First of all, chapter 2, so much happened in that chapter that I was like, oh my gosh, like half of it, I clearly entered this book not knowing what's happening. So I'm like, okay, we're being introduced to all of these terms, and there was a lot of action though as well. So you probably saw a lot of facial expressions. So I'm invested. A lot is happening. Just so everyone knows, we'll have one more sprint. We have about an hour and 10 minutes before I'm supposed to send you all to Brittany. So I'm going to keep an eye on the talking, and then maybe we can get in like a 45-minute sprint, maybe half an hour if we allow ourselves to talk a bit further, and then we'll just bleed into, and the next time you hear anyone speak, it will be Brittany's voice. That's what I'm thinking, and Brie's voice actually, so that'll be really fun. Yeah, let me know how you did. Let's see here, where were we at? Oh, on top of that, if other people are interested in City of Brass, again, because there is a read-along happening, so this might just be kind of serendipitous to join a little bit late, because they read City of Brass, I think, in March. City of Brass is also on KU and Hoopla. That's amazing. I got the audiobook through Libby as well, and obviously I borrowed the physical book from the library, so there are a lot of free options or subscriptions. Maybe Everand. I don't know if anyone in the comments uses Everand, but that could be a good place to check too if you already have. Is it a subscription? I've never dabbled in that. /Scribd, isn't it? It's actually Scribd. But yes. So then Dee Dee was like, ha, places I can check for the book. We love it. And then Fairy Librarian, who has the sweetest name, ended up heading off, going to bed. Totally understandable. But that was really lovely. I'm glad that we all ended up making their time here very fun, because they seem to have had a good time. And then Jamie said, I've only had one vacation involving a plane, because in the last chatty bit we were talking about traveling. Went to England in 1999, flew out on Boxing Day, and came back in early January. I really wish I could afford another trip to the UK. It was fun. That's the other thing, right? It's just traveling is expensive. And so it takes a lot of planning. It can take a lot of time in between to finally be able to go traveling again, depending on where you want to go to. So yeah, it's not something that any of us do, I think, lightly or all the time, unless it's like for work or family or something to that effect. Dee Dee officially borrowed the book. Just wait, everyone. If you probably have seen the comment, but I absolutely loved it. It made me laugh. Also, Renee is back, a bit tired, so probably doing an audio. Honestly, smart. When I'm really exhausted, that is usually what I end up doing, especially just before bed, because Renee, it's getting around that time for you. So I think an audiobook sounds right. Anyone else have days where their brain just totally hit a wall? That's me right now. I saw this comment come in, and I responded to Vanessa, and it's just, yeah. And they come, sometimes you can anticipate it where you feel it coming, but the worst is when it just hits you and you're just like, why can I suddenly not function in the way I want to? Or why do I feel as though I can't or have no desire to do certain things? I think that's the hardest one, especially when you have like a list of things you got to get done. So I'm sorry you're suddenly feeling that way, Vanessa. Oh my goodness. Done with work and did a program demonstration for active aging. Ooh, for seniors at the community center. We have those at the library where I work, and it's really lovely. Yeah, that's amazing. Good morning. Hello, Jess. I saw this come in. Wednesday, my favorite day. Still reading The Stand. And Fairy Tale. Oh my gosh, you're juggling such big books for Stephen King because Jess is doing a very fun event on her channel involving Stephen King, read-alongs, and all that jazz. So if you're interested, maybe go check out Jess. I wonder, is that probably why Anna was reading The Cell? I think, Jess, you might have inspired her to join in, and I'm assuming that's what was going on. You're getting there. Yeah. And also The Stand is really long. I don't know if you're doing the one that's the uncut version. That's the one I read years ago, and it took me 6 months, but that's because I wasn't really a big reader back then. I mean, let's be honest, it would take me that long now as well. I will have to leave you for a little bit for a session, but should be back before the timer runs out. No worries. And if not, or if you are here, honestly, it doesn't really matter, Vanessa. We're really glad to see you when you can be here, but work calls and all that. And then Jess had this really good question. If this is train stop 2, what was stop 1? And you know what? Glenda answered. So stop 1 was Vanessa. Stop 3 is going to be Brittany. Stop 4 is going to be Nicole. And I still haven't adjusted my description, but stop 5 is Coda. So yeah, we have all the sprints for you. Hello, Ella. I'm also reading City of Brass. What? Ella, what are the chances? You're already 89%. I guess there are chances if you're doing the read along. Okay, I know. And really enjoying it. I'm so excited to see how it ends. Oh, I love that you're on one side. Like you have so much knowledge, so much experience. You're close to the end. Meanwhile, a handful of us have just started. Like this is where my little bookmark is. So I clearly have a lot to go. But so exciting. What perfect timing. That's amazing. Coda headed out for a long walk. Oh, that sounds lovely. Like I said, I'm going to be going for a walk when we finish up sprints. I'm just going to enjoy the setting sun and all that. Just kind of, and also cooler temperature, because I think it's been too warm for me today. I am feeling all the feels about this movie. Ooh, amazing. Yeah, it's really fun, especially when you're returning to a film that you're like, oh, it's still good. I still enjoy it. That's such a good feeling. And this is where Nikki had mentioned at chapter 3. Okay, I'm right there with you. Yes, you're back. 15 minutes to spare. Amazing. Also, Elises is here. Hello. How have you been? I feel like this is another kind of situation where we've been missing each other, but I've been seeing you in comments and elsewhere. So I hope you've been well. Okay, so this is the comment by Dee Dee that just made me laugh. Clutches pearls. What have you got me reading? Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to chat somewhere. Maybe we can chat. I don't know, either in my Discord or if we all prefer Instagram. If we all have Instagram or something, so we could even like talk about the book for those of us who just started it around the same time. Because yeah. I don't know, Dee Dee, if this is usually what you read. I don't usually read fantasy, let alone adult fantasy. I will say what's been interesting is the like historical elements. It's not too like heavy as far as like putting us in time and place for history, but we're getting the gist of, the Turkish, Egyptian, and French kind of dynamics in this time because it's 18th century. Yeah, 18th century Cairo. So there are those elements, but I'm having a feeling that we're going to be leaving that soon. Like we're going to be focusing elsewhere. So yes, if you want to talk, Dee Dee, you and we can chat through this together because this is outside of my wheelhouse too. I watched All Rad Reads, Shrink the Shelf, April TBR, and had some tea. Lovely start to your day. That was about it. Now ready to read. Sounds good. Yeah, I love it. Oh God, I need to crank up the pace. I just got approved for another NetGalley. This is always what happens. I've been pretty good lately. I haven't requested too many books. I have a lot that I requested previously, but right now I'm not requesting any just because it's crazy. I think the last one that I was just approved for was actually Ghost Station by S.A. Barnes. Oh my gosh, it's a really highly anticipated read for me, so I'm really nervous. It just came out today. Oh my gosh. Happy publication day to S.A. Barnes and Ghost Station. I obviously haven't read it because I think I'm going to wait for a buddy read because that's more fun. I buddy read Dead Silence with Danny, and so I'm probably just going to wait to do that with her. But those NetGalley arcs can be overwhelming. Amazing. Elena read another 5 chapters, 101 pages, 33%. I don't even know. Okay. It's like a motorcycle. I was like, I don't even know what that sound is. So Courtney says, I need to go run errands, be back. No worries. Also, you just finished sprinting on your own channel. So Totally get it if you want to be off the internet. Have almost all the plans taken care of. Now we just need some more hooks in the ceiling. Amazing. Like Christina, you've just been so busy. I love it. I have to admit, I don't own one plant. I've been meaning to change that, but I don't know what plant to get. And I don't want to be that person that just buys a cactus. So here we are. I made it to 51%. Maria, what are you thinking? Are you still thinking it's interesting? I'm pretty sure this is Thieves' Gambit. And, ooh, okay, you halfway. A lot has happened. I read Your Lie in April and started dinner. Ooh, Your Lie in April. Very interesting. And also good timing because it's April right now. I love that when that happens. I had dinner and I have 12 pages left. Hopefully I can finish during sprints. Yes, Beatrice, you can. You can do it. Read 62 pages of City Press. I love how you all are like reading faster than I am, but I'm taking my time. I don't want to speed up the audio too fast and then start wondering what's going on. So I'm on page 56. So you're a little bit ahead of me, Kay. Oh my gosh, I love this. Yeah, we're all going to have to talk about this. So watched more of my show and have been doing some Patreon stuff. Finally set my launch date for Monday. Everyone, this is so exciting. Oh my gosh, that is probably so much work into that. You all are making me reconsider my DNF of City of Brass too, but I don't know yet. Honestly, it depends on your own reasonings for DNFing it. Maybe it wasn't for you. So I'm sorry that we're making you feel FOMO and questioning your DNFing, but like that might have been the right choice for you. Also, so Dee Dee got to 6%, page 32. Okay, so you definitely got through the first chapter. I think maybe that's around where you ended. Dee Dee, just wait. Chapter 2, so much happened that I was like, what is going on? That's all I'm going to say. I'm on chapter 4. Okay, so Kay's on chapter 4. Yeah, I'm just behind you a few pages. You have to tell me if it's a me book. I will let you know. That's a good question. I feel like automatically I'm thinking it's a you book, but I'm going to give it some time. I'll let you know when I get closer into it. Dried My Hair, got up to 75% in A Study in Drowning by Ava Reed. I have about 100 pages left until I can start Housemaid. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, that's so fun. And then you already know that you've got a bunch of people you can talk to about the Housemaid because of the kind of impromptu book club going on. So nice. I hope that A Study in Drowning is like a fun, fast-paced read so you can kind of get through it, enjoy it, but then move on. Got to page 291 of yours truly. Ooh, you must be close to the end, unless that's a chunkier romance. I didn't think it was, but oh, maybe it is. I'm trying to remember what it looks like in my mind. I blatantly went into this book blind. Honestly, me too. The only details I knew about it was that because I read the back, I was like, okay, 18th century Cairo, cool, con woman. And then I saw Ottoman nobles, and that's all I went. I didn't go any further. I literally didn't. So yeah, there was a lot of twists and turns already that I was like, oh, I didn't realize that this was part of the book. Okay. But I tend to like going into books blind. That's like my favorite thing. Ended up watching BookTube and making a list of books. That sounds really nice too. Another relaxing kind of thing. Making lists can be very centering. I'm a big list maker myself. I have a million of them. Do I really use them after making them? Probably not. But I like the process of making lists. I bought City of Brass paperback in August 2022 and not read it until today. Oh my gosh. Actually, that's really fun that we've got you doing a bit of a backlist, for you. I love it when I'm like, I have been staring at that book for so long and I now have an excuse to finally read it. So, that's lovely. I am active in a dyslexia group. So just decided to write a list of dyslexia friendship books. Dyslexia friendly books. Oh, that is lovely. Also, Renee, if that could be a really amazing video if you ever want to do that, unless you've already done one, and then you can feel free to self-promote, because I'm sure that would be a really great list for other people to have. My bed routine most days is Sudoku. Oh, yes. 1 to 2 hours of an audiobook. I'm for that. Sometimes I'll when I'm in bed, obviously I don't do this, but sometimes if I'm just sitting here and I've got the table, I'll play a card game, play some solitaire while I'm listening to an audiobook, trying to unwind. So yeah, Sudoku is really great. A crossword. Bromance book club. Ooh, yeah. How is it going? I have it, but I don't use it. Oh, you don't use it really? It's books with Okay. I see what's going on. We've got exchanging of friends. Yes, I love it. Oh, for like maybe Bookstagram. I'm on day 4 of my current crane wall. Very nice. Thankfully, I'm in a place where I can just let it blank out. Oh, brain wall. Okay, I was like, what's a crane wall? Anyways, yeah, it is. It's like sometimes you just have to lean into it, and that probably will help it pass at its time. And you're so that's a good. I have been to lots of places. You could call me travel spoiled. Been to 50 places around the world. Oh, that's amazing. I've been pretty spoiled as well. I've had the fortune of living elsewhere, like in different countries, and I haven't traveled the U.S. very much, though. I'm not going to lie. But there's always room to travel a little bit more, which is quite nice. The City of Brass is on Everand. It's an ebook and audio. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. JT, for saying that, because I was like, I'm sure they have it. Like Everand tends to have a lot of popular titles, but I'm glad we have you to confirm that. So if people are interested, then they have that. That could be a way. Bromance Book Club is a nice read. Ooh, okay. So we have support for that. That's good. Let's see here. I picked up my kids from school and made dinner. Oh, yeah, it seems that this was like a dinner prep kind of sprint too. Got to 31% of After the Forest. After all that, nice. You got the productivity done. The needs are met or getting there, and then you can enjoy your read. I'm gonna have to look into After the Forest after this, because every time you mention it, I'm like, that does sound like a really cool read. Might look for an audio for Chain of Gold to get through the book and read the rest, because that is a big book as well. So maybe an audio would be smart to do that with. Yes, I'm usually working during your sprints. I thought so. I was like, we're usually just passing ships. I tried to pop in, just say hi. I took yesterday and today off, though, so I'm here. Yay! And then I'll be seeing you over on Brittany's channel, too. So, yeah, it's really nice to see you. I've been terrible. I've been missing our Wind Down Wednesdays with Nell, and so I need to remedy that ASAP. I read City of Brass last year, and I don't remember anything. I would love to reread it and continue the series. Yeah, and honestly, you probably could just pick up the audio, because I'm finding it actually quite nice. Those people who reviewed and told me, yes, the audiobooks are good. Yeah, I'm really liking the audiobook narrator. She seems very clear, and I like how she is providing the pronunciations that I, of course, wouldn't have the knowledge to know myself because of like my own ignorance of it. So it's been really helpful. I really like it. Like the audiobook, I can definitely recommend. No, I'm not normally a fantasy reader, so this is outside my comfort zone, but I'm here for it. Yeah, you and me both, Dee Dee. We're gonna have our fantasy friends carry us through this. Like it's gonna be good. So sure, I'll reach out on Discord. Yeah, if we could, like, I feel like maybe Discord would be the best for all of us, since I think we're all on there. Going outside your comfort zone is healthy. I agree. Because you know what, the comfort zone is always going to be there. So if you go outside and you're like, this wasn't for me, well, the next book you pick up can be within the comfort zone, and then just go back and forth that way. You never know. You might find a new favorite series or genre. Exactly. I totally agree. We were talking about this the other night. I was talking with some friends, and we were saying how like bookstores and other kind of book outlet places tend to organize things by genre, and that's so helpful. But also it makes it a bit easier for people not to peruse and go into other, sections and maybe try a new book that they've never really heard of. So yeah, I agree. Going outside of your comfort zone can be the best thing. Good morning, Sasha. How are you? Oh my goodness. I know now we're like edging into later in the day. So now our Australians and New Zealand folks are like ready to go. It's the morning. It's Wednesday already. I hope your Wednesday's going well. Also, again, reminder for those who just arrived, I'll be sending you over in an hour to Brittany. You don't have to do anything about it. Just hold on, and then it should transfer you quite easily. I get scared to go on NetGalley, but the other day they offered me Mina and the Undead without having to request it. So I was like, it's on my want to read anyway. So sure, exactly. And I think that's the right way to go about NetGalley, is saying, hey, these are my anticipated reads anyway. I was going to read it. I might as well request and get the ARC if you can get it. I woke up on an approved NetGalley. Oh my gosh, speaking of, okay, perfect. Ooh, of River Solomon, a new book, and today is going to be a good day. Yes, amazing. Honestly, give us all the good vibes. If you have a good Wednesday, maybe that means the rest of us will have a good Wednesday. So I'm all for it. That sounds great. Oh no, not so great reviews. No. I know. And you know what? I'm not okay. So I have heard that another friend, I don't know, Bree was in the comments earlier. I should just say it was Bree. She ended up getting the approved as well. And she was like, oh, by the way, it's kind of boring. And she hasn't finished it yet. But I was like, don't tell me that, because Dead Silence was so fun. And I felt like it was pretty fast paced, like, and very easy to get through read. Oh, that is really upsetting. I know, but Elises, I appreciate you warning me. I did know, but I'm glad that I have a second confirmation to kind of lower my expectations. I had breakfast and watched some Grey's Anatomy. Ooh, nice. Another comfort watch, I'm assuming. I'm actually halfway through listening to Empire of Gold, which is the third book in the series. Ooh, okay. Yes, and it's the most recent one, Empire of Gold? Or are there more? Also, of Butterflies. Hello, welcome. I had a nap and am now having a late lunch. Sounds great, Sadia. Take care of your body in both of those ways. I will ask next week. Sounds good. I'm close, a little less than 100 pages left. Okay, you can do it. Hopefully, I don't know, like, how much more reading you want to get done. Maybe you can get it done today, but maybe not. 100 pages is kind of a lot. I adored the first few pages, but the various reasons, by 70-ish%, the things that really caught me at the start had kind of gone and pace dropped. Okay, so around the 70-ish% mark, you were kind of like, not feeling it. That's good to know. I'll keep an eye out around that time to see if I'm starting to feel the same way. I also like going into books blind. Yeah, it's super fun. When people ask me why I got the book, most times I say because the cover was pretty or the title sounded nice. I know I'm the same way. Or a friend recommended it to me and kind of like threw out some buzzwords. And I'm like, okay, this sounds like me. Green Fuse Burning, 100% was the cover. I mean, look at this cover. I had never heard of it before. I was just kind of searching for options for a certain kind of project I'm doing in the background. And I was like, actually, this looks really cool. So I borrowed it and obviously no regrets. Hello, Sarah. How are you? I hope you've been well. I've been looking for the hardcovers, for the City of Brass, but they are all super expensive. Oh, I'm sure. Sometimes certain series, it's really hard to find it in a certain edition. Like, yeah, I bet with that one. Ryan Gosling looking you up and down, GIF. What do you mean? Just wait, there's more. Oh my gosh. I won't give anything away, but I was just so surprised. Like so many certain actions happen in chapter 2 that, like, if after reading chapter 1, entering the book blind, I wouldn't have anticipated what happened in chapter 2. That's all I'm going to say. Kirsty, I finished that trilogy years ago, liked it, but never loved it. If I didn't buddy read it, I might have DNF'd it. Yeah, so again, good. We've got perspectives. It shows that, we're all different types of readers. We're allowed to, have different opinions. And I think it's a relief. I know it can be really hard to admit for some people. It can be hard to admit when you don't like a book that's super well loved. I think it's refreshing. So then it's like, okay, if I don't like it, that's okay, because that's just the way the world works. Leandra, haven't done a video on that, but you might. I honestly, like, obviously no pressure, but I feel like that could be really helpful, especially when people are looking for maybe those recommendations as gifts. Another motorcycle. I'm telling you, they're out and about. It's a beautiful day out. After this chatty bit, I'm going to visit a friend. See you all later. And Brittany's friends. Sounds good. See you later, Tanil. Thanks for being here. If anyone wants to read books not set in UK or England, I'm doing a rec. Ooh, perfect. Yes, please, Renee. I love that. That sounds great. 45 minutes and I can go home. Woohoo! Back to my chicken. Yes. Feel free to take a look. Yeah, that sounds great. I got caught up on my reading plan for The Shadow Rising on page 62. Amazing. Progress is great. Tell me why Chain of Gold audio isn't on the library app, but Chain of Iron and Thorns are. Ooh, I know that could be a question of like why your library. Sometimes libraries, and I work for a library, and it infuriates me because there are some libraries in our system who actually buy the first in a series, whether it be on Libby or in person, and then they refuse to buy the others. And so they require other libraries in the area to like lean on for them to buy books 2 and 3. And it is a pet peeve of mine. I hate that when libraries do that. And I'm sure that it's their strategy for budget reasons, but it's very frustrating because in my library where I work, a lot of times we're buying books 2 and 3 in a series. We don't have book 1, but it's because we know another library in our system has it, and we're kind of picking up the slack, and it It's very frustrating. Anyways, that is my rant for the day. I hope it's my only rant for the day. I can't remember if I had others earlier. Yes, going into books blind is fun. I'll be putting that down to finish up Dead. I am so close to finishing it. Yes, and like when you're so that close, you're like, I need to finish this. Here we have age books. Ooh, grouped alphabetically, mixed genres. Exactly. That's true. Actually, with children's books, I'm pretty sure like middle grade sections are just alphabetical, and I really like that. I understand the need for certain bookstores and for certain people, certain readers really do rely on categories, but it is kind of sad when we're like, it'd be nice if there's just like a range of everything. I finished 41% in the bell jar. Amazing. Hello. I'm going to try Go Station. Anyway, yeah, you're right. You never know. I mean, I love that Julie has just arrived in the comments. To be honest, God Killer was kind of like that. Like I remember a lot of people were saying negative reviews about that. And then in the past few months, a lot of people have been saying positive things. I loved that book. So I was really glad I finally tried it. So it could be just maybe earlier reviewers, or it's just not a book for them. I don't know. We never know. City of Brass. Oh, City of Brass, Kingdom of Copper, Empire of Gold. Then the companion deleted scenes, River of Silver. I did not know any of this. Okay, so when you're talking about Empire of Gold, we were talking about the third book in the series I'm reading right now. I'm like, ooh, is that a third book in a series? Obviously, I don't know anything about this that I've entered into. So hello, Julie. Yes, love to see you. We will be starting Rebecca and Nicole sprints tonight. The discussion thread for it is on my Discord. If it works, I may be on screen for this one. Ooh, that sounds lovely. I hope it does work. That is what, let me focus. That is what I put. Oh, that's what put me off of the library for about a year, because if my local library only had book one and I liked it, I would just go buy the rest of the books myself. Exactly. And I'm just like, we're meant to be accommodating. We're meant to be a space for people to have access to these books among other services. And I'm just like, if we buy the first book in a series, we should dedicate to getting the entire one. That's just how I feel. City of Brass really slows down in the middle. Okay, good to know. There's a lot of exposition. I really do appreciate that. I have the audio, so I think that'll help me push through if it slows down for me. But it picks up towards the end. Okay, this is all helpful because again, I don't tend to read chunky reads. I don't tend to read fantasies, so I need the advice. I need the warnings. Now that I have a bigger library in my area, they have more completed series. I love that. That means the person who's handling distribution, handling their circulation, is doing a really good job. Finished my book during the chat. Amazing. Are you enjoying it? So I'm reading it for a vlog, and so I can't tell you too many details, but I mean, at this point, it's so early on that I can say that I'm really intrigued. Actually, apparently, I haven't been very good about hiding it because I've convinced like 3 other people to read this with me. So yeah, I just finished chapter 3, and there's so much happening, but I am really intrigued. I really like Nari. I will tell you that. I really like Nari as a character. I like how like tenacious she is. She's like a fighter. She's a survivor. She's just, yeah, she's interesting. And there's a lot of humor in this. I didn't expect that. Like I found myself laughing at times. So I'm hoping that it continues, but it's early days. Yeah, Julie, I'll let you know if you should read it. You probably, honestly, you're more of the fantasy reader than I am. So yeah, if I like it, maybe that means you'll adore it. I might have accidentally requested a couple books in NetGalley despite reciting out loud. I don't need more books. It happens to the best of us, I'm telling you. I have all 3 books on my Kindle, so I haven't bought the books. Yeah, I mean, that honestly makes more sense. And if you want to wait to buy them, especially if you're waiting on the hardbacks, then at least you have a good reason to wait. You're like, I have access to them on my ebook Kindle. That's all right. What I don't get is if my library has book 2 of a series and no other library, and they'll see, yes. And like the question is I guess it depends. Either one, I unfortunately didn't realize it was a part of a series, which that would have been a really big oversight, or maybe the first book was damaged. It was never returned, and the library decided it wasn't worth it to pay to use their budget again to get this book. It's frustrating though. Like we have the entire, I'll admit, our library, we've got the entire One Piece series to date right now, but and we have it in like, what is it, omnibus, like 3 volumes each. But the first 3 we have separately, and we're missing volume 3. And it's really frustrating. Every time I look at that side, I'm like, can we just please buy volume 3 again? But I don't know what the director is going to do. So yeah, it is good. I think it's interesting. I'm intrigued by it. She's such a great character. Yeah, Nari is. I really like her. I think she's. I don't know. She's a really fascinating, complex character. Started filming a vlog, but I don't know what the concept is yet. Honestly, I can relate to that for sure. Okay, so we reached the end of the comments. Just so everyone knows, this is going to be our last talking bit, but it's not going to be the last sprint in general because we will be moving on to Brittany Loves Reading. So let me put up the banner just to confirm. Yes, the last sprint on this channel, but it will automatically redirect you to Brittany's at the top of the hour. I'm going to change to 40 minutes because that's looks like that's the amount of time we have. Let's try that again. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate you. It's been really fun. Yeah, like honestly, 6 hours goes by so quickly when we have like so many great conversations going on in the comments. So I really do hope that you all have had as much fun as I have today. And I can't wait to see you over at Brittany's. So yeah, all right. Let me make myself tiny one last time. And I will see you all on Brittany's. I was going to say I'll see you all when we get back. I'll see you guys on Brittany's channel. Thanks again. Happy sprinting.